Well, hello there. Hope everybody's Sunday's going well. All right. Where were we? Make sure everything's squared away here first real quick. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and launch. I think we had... Oh, I forgot to open these too. We just pulled everything over into a custom widget for the connection stuff, the DCs on the connections. Question is, can we reuse this form for this? We also want to figure out how to get how we want to get this stuff loaded. Easy task, hopefully. We're going to want to reload a reset button over here. And I think... How do I want to do that? Because right now, if I was to do this and I'm like, oh wait, no, I don't want to change that. I have no way to... to do that. And also, I should confirm, do a confirm dialog on that, right? So we got a couple easy little tasks that we can tackle. And I really want to use this same widget over here because it's just going to be much more, much easier to maintain. If it's all in the same place, right? One change then fixes them all. That's going to require us to do a little bit of tweaking, right? Because we get our delete button here, which would come down here instead. Unless we give this... something else. Hey Jazz, how you doing today? How's your weekend been? But I also kind of like the ability, like right now there's no confirmation on that either, but I kind of like the ability to, or the idea of the ability to save these individually, right? Because right now, you just have to apply. Maybe that's a silly choice. Full of bad sleep, already took some melatonin today, so I'm hoping for the best. What about you? You know, just trying to stay positive. Trying to keep my chin up. But I feel you on the bad sleep, though. Like, I've just accepted that I'm not good at sleeping like a human. It's just my life. Some days, I almost approach humanity. Other days, I'm just like, nah. Today's gonna be one of them days. Hard times create great men. Well, I'm sure this doesn't help. I mean, like, I don't disagree with you, but you're right. Yeah, it doesn't really help things for anybody right now, right? That's currently struggling. And that's kind of like the glass half full side of it, though, right? Too, is that like, it's not a me problem, right? Looking outside at the world and everything happening in it, and everybody going through the same thing, and I'm like, okay, well, it's not a me problem exclusively. It's something I need to solve, but it's not like, you know, something I have made bad choices and that's the result, you know? The, we pull up. See if I can find it. That's not what I want. Ah, here we go. Can I just... No. Seems my luck wasn't worth anything. I mean, I'm sure it was worth something. Here we go. This is my approach to just like the next couple years, right? It's my motivational poster. All right. So, our generation especially is struggling, right? I mean, everybody is right now. One of the interesting things about, and I don't remember if I've talked about this before on stream, but like one of the interesting things about my lifestyle being a nomad is that like I go from like RV park to RV park, right? And as a result, I rub shoulders with all kinds of people, and you know, there's your you know, older crowd that are of various different, you know, affiliations, I guess you could say. Trying not to get political, right? But also, you know, there's like, you know, weird hippie school bus people sometimes, which like, hey, you know, that's just them and that's fine. But there's not as much difference as the world would have you believe between people. And we all mix pretty well in general, right? But kind of the story everywhere is that everyone at least knows somebody who's having a hard time getting a new job right now. There was a couple at the last place I stayed at. They asked what I did. I'm like, hey, I'm unemployed, got laid off. And they're like, oh, my daughter-in-law, their family just moved to California and it took her a year to find a new job. Just, that's the way it is, you know? And the younger generations are having troubles too, from what I can tell. Which, I mean, we already saw it, where like entry-level job, 5 years experience required, right? But now especially, like, companies can find that. Like, somebody with that 5 years of experience is going to apply for that job because they got to pay their bills. Like, everybody got to eat, you know? And that's pushing out, anecdotally, that's pushing out Gen Z, who are just trying to graduate and trying to land their first job. Do you think the world will change positively? I'm just hoping that we can all get some relief from this economically shit situation. I would like to think so, but I don't know. Like, it's hard to call that, right? I have noticed that more people right now are mad than I can ever remember before. Like, all my life, people have been upset about things, but it's felt like there were isolated camps, right? This group of people is upset about this thing. This group of people is upset about this thing. They may or may not agree. They might be upset about the same thing from different sides of the viewpoint, right? But it was like isolated pockets of upset. But lately I have seen a unified anger at the current state of things, right? So I'm hopeful that we can change for the better. Just war, madness, hate, and me mentality. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. That's why I don't do politics, and that's why when people come in here trying to stoke those fires, they just get shown the door. Like, we don't need that, you know? Where's Ash with his positivity when you need him? Oh, he's probably playing Factorio. I'm sure he'll be around. But that's another thing that actually, not Ash specifically, but that's another thing that I don't find particularly helpful is well, you should just be grateful you have this or that, right? I think that trying to just pave that over and just say, well, I hate my job and I hate everything about the place I work and my life is kind of miserable for 40 hours a week, but I have a job, so I'm going to smile. I think that the pain causes the pain points cause change, right? So I don't think just paving over that is beneficial. I think we need to be upset and uncomfortable enough to fix things, right? We are allowed to strive for a better state of life. Exactly. Like, and you can stay positive or try to stay positive without, ignoring all that stuff, I think. And I think that's what I'm seeing a lot of lately too, is that people are like, they're kind of realizing that you're allowed to be, to find those small things that you want to change. And they're kind of rejecting that positivity at all costs sort of kind of mentality that I know I've been fed for, a long time. Because I've had some crap jobs. Okay, so what was I doing? I was thinking about pulling this over here. That's what I was doing. And actually, if we were to just do the unsaved changes box we have here, and also let that drive a reset button, maybe that's a good user-friendly answer. And I think that would allow us to... We look at this, and this is just an on-click we register, I believe. So we'd be able to still register in edit bar if we were to swap this out. The save button just that's chooser. I want to be in connection form over here. Yeah, the save button applies what is currently in the UI to the backing data structure, triggers an update, and then fires that change event that we can listen to. We don't have to, though. Over here, we do on change, because here we trigger a file write, which is fine. But we don't need to listen to that. We can just let it be. And then when you click apply, it'll write everything. I think I like that idea. Okay, so first things first, let's get the reset stuff in. And we have a unsaved changes into you go into info wrapper, so you already have one. Okay, great. We would just need to do that, and then a new button in info wrapper next to that. Let's not set text. Frame reload, maybe? And then we can do a styler, which we'll probably want. Just make sure that looks reasonable-ish. I don't like that icon, though. And I'm not sure I like that either. What if we got rid of this and put it side by side there? And then this, we should do a styler on this. What did we do? We did this for edit bar. Actually, no. We did it right above. We just need to do the same exact block, actually. So that it only displays when there's unsafe changes. Refresh. Then we have a change. There we go. Okay. That's not bad. And then the on click, there we go. On click for this. Can we just rerun update? Would that give us... I don't think we have an updater set for this. We had to do it for the DC stuff to get it to reset. Yeah, we need to do... Yeah, over here we did all this in the updater, and I think we're gonna do the same thing here. This can still go inside of init, I believe? No. It needs to go inside specifically of this, I think. Because we want to trigger it on the frame that it puts it in getting updated. So we just need to do a little funk, and then we'll put actually all of this, I think, in there. Yes, good. And we need to also say success string returns nothing. Connection form dot update with unsafe changes false. And we come over here and we say, bop, bop, bop. Uh-oh. Why can't I? Oh. What happened there? This is getting triggered every time I change. Perhaps. That would be... That'd be awkward. It is. Crap. So we can't do that. So let's put this back here. We don't have access to that. Ah, right, because... That's irritating. That's what that is. Ah, that's why it's getting right. Okay. Because I did that because I wanted to. That was to make sure that the buttons get updated to show us the unsafe changes thing. Let me back this up. Is it... Do I need this now, though? I think I still do, but... Yeah, because these don't get updated. Yodu, keep up the good work. Hey, thanks. Appreciate you. Is this the Belle Delphine stream? I don't know what you're talking about. So... I would need to... Maybe store... Yeah, I don't think so either there, my dude. I would need to store a reference to this frame and trigger it to update on the change. Instead of doing the whole frame. Which maybe that makes good sense. Called you... I guess we could do both sections, right? We could say... And then we can do... that. Up here, when we make W, do that. Connection form. Form section equals W. And then here, connection form button section is W, this version. And then as part of this, instead of updating the whole frame, we can do dot button section dot update. And then also, when we do this, we do want to update everything because our unsaved changes need to get toggled. So it's going to require the button, but also this changes the form stuff. So give that a go. Think we're on the right track here. If you make a change, then we get that back. Thought I saw an extra update there somewhere, but I guess not. Okay. Let's take that out. Let's clean these up. We don't need those anymore. I think I'm happy with that to not be in there. I think that makes good sense. So let's go ahead and what did I do? This I can just restore. Let's do it this way. Just so it's not in the change. We'll do a quick commit. Allow rolling back. Changes to fields or to form. I guess the other thing we could do we'll leave it that way for now. I was thinking we could do it like per field instead of the whole thing, and that might be a little bit nicer to use, but maybe we don't need to. We'll run this until we find a need to do that. Okay, so that little bit of poor experience is buttoned up. Let's go look at edit bar. And then if we were to do this, all we would actually need is to What did I call this package? It is connection form. New form. New connection form. Oops. Ooh, except can't do that here because we would then lose our little dealios. Well, well, well. How's it going, Dash? How's your Sunday? How's your Factorio factory? We need to... Would we need to do... where are you at grid style? Form container. I love how Twitch chat reloads about 30 seconds after entering the channel, making you lose whatever you'd already typed. I haven't seen that myself. Was there did the stream freeze or anything when it happened? Could be like something like that. It started happening across Twitch in the last week or two. Oh. I've seen it every so often. It'll just give me a new welcome to the chat message, but like my internet's a little wonky, so seems just a new feature or something. Gotcha. I blame TypeScript and JavaScript. I don't know what else they use. Entire side panel vanishes and reappears for me. That's super weird. I haven't seen that, but I don't watch a ton of Twitch. Like, I swing through to support a couple channels sometimes when I'm doing stuff that's boring admin work. Don't know what it is, but I always forget. It makes me lose some text, right? Yeah. That sounds super frustrating. Do set state. Over here, we did that way. Actually, we could clean that up. We need to flip it, though. That's fine. It can stay there. It's clear. One column. What I think is we can get rid of this whole thing if we were to do this. But connection form would then have to come out of internal, which is fine. I'm not mad about that. Hope you had lots of time to play Factorio. I did, yes, both yesterday and today. I got quantum computers to build, and it was extremely complex. Fun, though. Did you remember not to work the whole weekend this time? It's a good question. Are you working right now? We do this, and then we do... Actually, let's call it the same thing we were using. That. We set the struct to the update data. These guys join their friends in comment land. Ooh, we don't have connection data versus connection templates. Why? Yo, why are you not using Copilot? Didn't you ask that yesterday? Why would I be using Copilot? With my sleeping problems lately, I can't do anything besides existing. That's super unfortunate. So yeah, at least I'm winning on that front. Did arrange for my nephew to get a computer soon, so that was productive. Awesome. It's urgent. All the little guy has is a phone. It's always doing his phone gaming. That's pure brain rot and exploited my... Yes. Microtransactions. Why is everyone using Copilot? Because phone gaming. Let's just blame it on that. I guess 10 is a good age to start with computers, right? Lazy, yeah, also that. People swung through yesterday like 2 or 3 times to ask that. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Why would I not be using a connection template here? Connection data versus connection template. Let's go take a look at that. That's actually in templates itself, though. Oops, that's not what I want. It's a sad state of the world where people are not vibe coding are the oddity. Yes, I would agree with that. Super, super weird, but you know what? Whatevs. I need to impose some sanity here real quick. Let's get rid of that for now. We don't need to have that open. Let's put you over here. There we go. Organize my workspace. And then, especially as a stream, it's like me showing some bot play some game and streaming it, right? Like, jump into those shooting matches or Fortnite or whatever it is, but have some AI bot play while I watch. There was a couple of Fortnite streamers that I heard got banned for that. They're like, oh, I was just doing it to show people, but they got banned. Like, of course you did. You literally showed yourself cheating. Sounds weird, but I love seeing people struggle the same way I do, right? Yeah, I mean, there's some of that. Like, watching tutorials makes you feel like you're an idiot because, well, they just know everything. There they go. They build it all off top of their head. Well, no, they built it already, and they're like, you know, typing from a reference. Seeing people code live that were doing impressive things and like still tripping up over little stuff like, how do I want to do that? Or, oh, I just shot myself in the foot. I was like, oh, no, I'm doing normal stuff here. I'd also expect someone coding on stream to know what they're doing at least approximately. Yes. Well, it depends, right? Like, if their stream title is learning how to code day 7 or whatever, like, yeah, you probably don't know anything. You have no clue what you're doing, but you're not supposed to, right? You're being very brave to show your learning process to the internet, which is just full of awful. But when I dip into a stream like that, if I see LLMs come up on screen, I'm out instantly. You're not learning anything. Even with learning how to code, I would expect even less Copilot. I mean, yeah, you might expect. You might expect. I seem to see a lot of it now. Because sometimes I'll go cruise through the software and game dev, and a lot of thumbnails even have a permanent half-screen Jippity. And I'm just like, What is the fundamental difference between Rust and Go? And let's say I want to learn one of them. Which one should I opt for? Well, you see, to write Rust, you need to dye your hair blue and wear cat ears and programming socks. And you don't need that for Go. That's probably the biggest difference. And you should learn whichever one speaks to you. So they're just different languages, right? Rust is kind of more low-level-y. Go kind of sits kind of in the middle. So it depends on what you want to do. And language is less important to learn than just learning how to think like a programmer, right? Once you know how you want to solve a problem, you can just pick up new languages fairly easily because they all do more or less the same things, just different words, right? Let's see here. It's the same discussion as an acquaintance telling me that creating art with LLM makes them an artist. I mean, yeah. Code completion is enough work that is taken off your shoulders to list. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that code completion is the perfect amount of, I don't need to remember exactly the spelling or the capitalization of that thing, or I can come in here and I can go, you know, I want to, what's in here again? I can do dot and I can see, okay, there's two things in here, so I don't have to remember it. It helps me to kind of keep my momentum up, right? And that's the perfect nudge that I want. Tell them to try both for a limited amount of time and see which appeals more. Yeah, that's a good approach too. I don't know. It sort of depends. That approach depends on how much programming you already know. If you're very, very new, it would be really hard to evaluate, right? If you already have written a bunch of stuff, then you need like a medium-sized project to really have any valid feelings, right? About, and valid in the sense of like informed. Because there's some things that you're going to trip up over and it's going to be like, well, I liked writing Hello World, but as soon as I started getting more complicated, I don't like this. Even if very new, go through a basic tutorial for both languages and see which you like more. I mean, yeah, it also gives you a bit of an insight in what the documentation and guides are like for languages. Yeah, that's valid. I'm well versed with Python and C. Yeah, then I would say, yeah, definitely just try both. Write something that you know how to write. That's of like a medium complexity. You know, that's you can do in like a week or less in both, and just see how you feel. We could admit they're easier languages to start with. I mean, than Rust? Yes. Yeah, like Lisp. Lisp, get out of here with your Lisp. And COBOL. Yeah. Let's see what I was trying to figure out why I was doing it this way. That's what I was doing. Then Ash came in here and tried to get me to write COBOL, you know. My hair isn't white enough to write COBOL. Template, that's what I was doing. Templates, connection template versus connection data. Over here. Because connection template just wraps... Okay, yes. All right. That's fine. If you want harder languages, then JavaScript comes to mind. Harder to accept. No, harder to fix all the bugs and finish your project. Harder to maintain sanity. I didn't finish this to-do, apparently. That's fine. Sad cat thumbs up meme. You mean the one with like the watery eyes? It's because we wrapped this. We did that for saving it. Are they making you code JavaScript, Jazz? Yes, my favorite. Oh no. Oh no. Not anymore? Oh good. I'm glad you escaped it. Last project was Vue in Java. I have not used Vue. We don't need that right now. Need to know. No, oh God, favorite meme. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah. Chat delay got me there. Almost died here. So either we would have to get rid of the wrapper, or we'd have to wrap this. And we really need the wrapper for the sake of saving to the file. But I don't think it hurt anything to have the ID field over here. But would it be confusing? Or maybe we can clean this up a little bit, because I think it has wrappers too. Data and state. Yeah, we kind of need that too. That's kind of important to what this is doing over here. I think. But it would really clean this up a lot to be able to use the same widget. Like a lot. We wouldn't need this. Because this would handle saving it to the struct that it's being driven off of. We would need collapsed. We wouldn't need delete. We could let it take care of itself there, I think. Because I think we could get rid of that too. Because the well, no, we'd need that still. But we could use it. No, we don't even use that anymore, I don't think. Double check that. Template bar. Because we switched to using signals. Don't know what my to-do was for there. But call delete. Okay, so that wouldn't be. But yeah, so the on-click is just tied to that. The on-click event being emitted from this widget is tied to the delete button, which is fine. Probably. We would just have to reslice the list here, I think, is how we did that. Do we need, though, to new connection form, set struct to that? But we don't do anything with the ID in this part. Could we get away with just using connection data? We'd need to do that. That's fine. That would shorten these up nicely. Make this a lot nicer to work with. And then here we just need to give it data. Specifically the address of that. And then that all works theoretically. And this is already a pointer, so we're good there. When we do, I'll have to fix this in a second. That's fine. This isn't raised until we save, which actually is fine. Pretty sure anyway. Set button, save button. Yeah, this is where we fire the change, which actually just slots right in. Probably want to clean it up a little bit, but that's fine. Delete button on click. We would need to get rid of that. But it can stay for now because that's the separate button, right? This... What else do we need to call here? This would all get commented out. Because this all just gets driven off of the custom widget. All of you would get commented out. We'd still need to we need this part to go on here. We don't need call span. We just need the usability to get added for now. And then does that just get us back to working? Like, we still need to do a bunch of cleanup, but Make sure this side is working first. Seems pretty good. Okay. Oh, let's see. I've always given away my old PC, but I didn't need it anymore. So now one of my friends who has it in the past received some of such PCs upgrade and giving their current PC to my nephew. Oh, that's cool. Also saving things that would eventually be thrown away. Yeah. Use my stuff till there's almost nothing left anymore. Yeah. There was a couple, like when I moved and hit the road, I finally trashed because nobody would want it. A like $400 cheap laptop that I bought in 2010, maybe. It was still hanging around, like when I needed or wanted basically like a Pi equivalent. I would just plug that in and run that for playing around with stuff, right? I used it as a headless server for testing things a couple times. And when I moved, I was just like, okay, it's time for you to go. Nobody wants a single core AMD processor in this era. I was doing this. And then you all just kind of fit. We need you to be... Yeah, you don't always need new stuff. Yeah. I find often that the needing new stuff is just kind of like gear acquisition syndrome, right? Where, this needs a wrapper, I think, still to push it over where it belongs. But, when anybody says they want to do a thing, they often get stuck in, well, I need to get this thing or this software or whatever, right, to do that thing. But it's just your brain lying to you. You don't need that. In most cases. Like there's a baseline equivalent, the baseline equipment thing you need, right? But I think that leads to a lot of waste and procrastination. You still need to go into a form container. So what we can do... Actually, no. We can just add this. What if we just did that? But it wouldn't be margin, padding, it'd be margin. Here's an acquaintance of mine who'd like to get into coding, but he wants his first project to be something with AI. So first, of course, he has to buy a $4,000 new computer with double GPU for LLMs. I was like, you need to learn the basics first. Your current system's plenty good enough for that. Absolutely. Exactly the trap. Just got here, never seen this project before. That's because it's newish. Anything playable that we can see yet? Kind of. We're working on the editor for the map right now. But Nope has to be that new 64 gig NVIDIA that just came out, right? Maybe write Hello World first, there, Turbo. That's not bad, but I think I want double. I actually just want it to be... Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that, actually, I think. Look at... if I was to save that, and then apply, come out, back in. Yes. Oop, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Because I forgot to click save. That's why. Okay. I like how this is going, so we're gonna just commit to it. Yank this out. We get rid of that constant we don't need anymore because it got moved. Isn't it a bit weird to click save and then also have to click apply? Yeah, probably. We're still kind of in the middle of the refactor. It's expected behavior right now, is how I should have phrased that. So our button bar... let's think here. It would need to just basically do away with this. We'd need to move this over, which is fine. We can totally do that. But that makes button bar simpler too, I think, which I'm a big fan of. So there's a couple things here. To think about. We want to get rid of the state. Oh, most of the state, I think, for this. That will go away for sure. Collapse is the only thing that's going to live there. We might not even need that, though. If we were to... no, we do need that. But we could actually just put that up onto selected connection. Yeah, we can clean this up a lot. In fact, let's do that first. Oh, did we use that for... yeah, we did. Okay, that's fine. We shouldn't have. Yeah, you're not on the tile. What's going on there? Must have misread something or named it poorly. This just gets... that... ah, right, because this is where you're building. It's in tile, but that's where we add the extra. Or not the extra, but the connections that are on that tile. Let's minimize you for a second here. Same deal here. That's good. Don't use you anymore? Ah, because we need to... We need to feed you that. No, we don't, because we use the... Okay, yeah. We use the message bus for it. Directly. So we can drop a parameter too. Love that. Big fan. Take state out of there. State out of there. Don't need skills here. Meaning that all come out of there. State can come out of here. Tidy that up. Think that gets us back to functional. We will want to make sure that we are getting... Okay, so we're not getting these right now. Ah, it's because we didn't give it message broker. That's what I needed to pass in, which is fine. Connection added widget down here. Set broker to the message broker. Thought there was something else I needed to give it after I built it. Now we have our testes in there. Test skills. We got 2 nuns though. Why do I have 2 nuns? Do I have 2 nuns over here now? No. What's going on there? We'll look at that in a minute. All of this would then also come out, because that's been moved. Good. Like that. Big fan. This will need to come away out. Yep. Come out eventually as well. I can't words today. But before we do that, we need to tie it into the delete. Don't think we're going to need new either. We're only using this in one place now, which is used here. I guess we're only ever using it in one place, but I believe the only place we consume this is button bar. So let's get button bar. Let's get this stuff out of here first. selected tile. Or connections rather. I mean, we still do need some of this state. That's why we're doing this, because we need to well, no, we don't need to. If we just tie this into the delete button, we can do that. Because we have access data bar in there. And then update, we don't need to do any of this because we can just dispatch the message for the update when we click save. Yeah, okay. Effectively, we need none of this in here. This just becomes the job of the widget, the update widget, which is really just a wrapper now that adds the bar and the edit bar specific functionality. Tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom, and then we'll get this pulled out or start it. Be right back. That's more better. All right. Let's start with pulling this stuff down, I think. Because snack bar takes a context but doesn't, like, it just goes at the bottom anyway. Or I guess we could still put it on frame. We have access to edit bar down here, so that can be part of it. We can still have that feedback. Just thinking about the bottom bar and whether or not apply makes any sense anymore, or if we should just put a button underneath the tile. Kind of keep that all the same, and then we would just have an add button below, maybe? Add and delete. Maybe. Not the frame though. We want the connection. Edit widget. There we are. Hiding from me. This will become... Oh. Yeah, we'll leave that there for now. And then we don't need this as a message anymore. We just need... that. Let's go grab our... We're gonna need this probably, but that's fine. Basically all of this. Wait, no. We're doing delete first. We just need this. And then we need the, that. But we can actually put... Hang on a sec. That was... Yeah, it was just the update data. So same thing goes in. We'll need to create our response topic. All of this can come down. Oh, we do need our temp. Defer the unsubscribe. The map on a delete. It's connection data. We do this. This doesn't actually reply anything. We don't need this here. We'll need this for the update. That's fine though. We just need that. This disconnects the tiles. Perfect. Okay. We could do... this. For now, until we decide. If we want this other button to stay or not. We also need to pull this out of the list here when we delete it as well. And we have access to update data, which has an ID. We drove it off the state here, so we can't do that, but that's fine. We have selected connection. The selected connections. I'm going to use that. Or but if we don't worry about that, what if we did, we have a refresh selected connection. Ah, but you filter. Okay. So we do need to yank you out at this stage here. Can I just do that? Because they're both pointers. I think I can. This one expanded. Or the exit there. We probably also want to do the refresh. We won't be able to use the filter anymore, which fine, we won't need it. But we'll still want to use the update. Well, no, not for this one, I guess. We're just going to want to do... I just update the form parent because we want that widget to go away. Theoretically. And then here, up here, if we take out button bar, take out this. Shouldn't try to do that anymore. I think we can test that. Make sure that we're on the right path. So we come in here. Delete you. Okay, didn't do that. Oh, right. We do need to update because that's going to... Hey, want a job? Let's connect. I mean, maybe. But, you know, slide into the YouTube chat like that. I need to know that it's a legit offer first. Okay, so I need to go... Refresh, select the connection, because that'll update the UI bits. Hi to you as well. So we delete you. Didn't trigger. Why did you not trigger? Triggers when I do that. Update data. Update func, set icons. It's because... it doesn't go there. It is, what used to trigger the update? Because we didn't have a selected connection. Let's actually test that, because that was on the tile. We need to test it from the selected connection viewpoint here. That update. Okay, yeah. That's correct. The machinery on the tile needs to be squared away. Update this. Okay, yeah, we need to trigger updates on the tile if we're in a tile. We can actually call both because they're safe. Because if the select tile is nil, then we're done. So what I should maybe do is just combine these, because they're almost the same, and just do refresh selection, flip this and say, if you're not nil, we do this. We're going to need to get rid of deleted connections anyway. Get rid of the filter helper. Can I get rid of... Well, we'll think about that in a minute. I might be able to get rid of that as well and just drive it off of the list. That'd be nice. But we'll do the same thing here. We'll omit that because we're taking care of it already. Do that. And then here... leave them in place for just a second. We'll use the new one. Now, if we delete you, yes, we update now. Fantastic. Okay. Now, let's pull out oh my gosh. Brain fart. Leave is what we set it to. On change, yes. Okay, so here we write it, but here we don't need to write it. We need to come up here to the button bar, clean this up. Connections. Ah, that was the delete one. Yeah, okay. Data will live inside of there. This will all come in except for that. This can live in here, and then we'll pull all of this in there as well, because we need it for the reply to make sure things go well. That's fine, that's fine. That's all fine. This becomes... this connection. That stays there. This goes away completely. We just send that. That's no longer valid. That's good. That's all fine and dandy. We'll need to call the very end. We don't need this anymore. Actually, we might need that. Bottom one we don't. Here, yeah, we don't want to try to evaluate if we get an error here. So what we can actually just do is defer, unsubscribe, and also refresh selection. That way, no matter what we do, we get a refresh in. And then delete button is still valid. Cancel button is still valid. All that's still good. We just need this whole block to go in the trash can. Think all that can stay. As it was. Is this driving? This is driving. During the visibility, but oh right, okay, yeah, up, yeah, okay, that's why. I remember now. I think we're just good. Good to go. Let's give it a shot. Delete you. That's good. Wait for that to go away. Nothing changed. Good. Apply. Tile update successful. Still there. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. What else do I need to check here? Just delete. All's happy there. I guess you should also make sure that the buttons are still working on a reconnect. Yep, okay, fantastic. Wait. You didn't get pulled out of there. We have an update. I think that was a pre-existing issue. 4.2 to 3.2. Yeah, there we go. I'm pretty sure we had an issue already with that, where we need to make sure we update on the delete. Four two, 3.2. Yeah, okay. We need we need to track the newness. We can't create a new one yet right now. That's fine. That's the next thing we'll do. And we do... See here. Unknown message type received by map widget. Next tile changed. We didn't have... Unknown message type received. Because, right. Because it used to set the type in here. Oops. We used to just create the struct and then set the type dynamically. That's gone away. We need to just permanently set you to update. For this this event, this function. 3.2 to 3.1. Apply that. Ooh, that's not good. Oh wait, it's because I clicked apply. I didn't click save, right? You should probably figure out a way to make that work better, maybe. It won't matter if we get rid of this. Okay, so test is working there, okay. And then come over here. This one already has it. We still have that functionality. And then if we come back, add this back. Scroll, please. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Groovy. We can clean up this now, I think. And this. And that. Connection table frame. We don't need this anymore because we can take you out directly. We can just defer fresh selection. Hi, why did you choose Go, not Rust? Because I know Go, and I don't know Rust, and because I don't know, I've never written a mud engine before. You know, pick one new thing, one big new thing for a project, not two, if you actually want to finish the project. I don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. Let's make sure everything's happy here. That. Allows us to be blank, but maybe that's fine. Either way, it's a validation we would have to do inside of the widget, which is perfectly okay if we decide to do that. the I think that's everything for this to get it pulled over. We'll want to clean up the UX a little bit for the apply button. And I'm kind of thinking we just want to use the, well, we might not be able to use the connection or the room widget because it's a little different. But we also might be able to. Does it make sense to try? What's our difference currently? Currently our difference is we don't show location, we don't show the ID. And I don't know that that's a problem. You know, I guess you probably want to be able to look at the ID to confirm if you're editing the right room, if you're trying to fix a bug or something. But that's going to kind of suck currently. We'd have to add something to help you like navigate to that by ID or something, which is fine. We're probably something we want to do anyway, eventually, but not now. I guess we could also just make those fields present or not based on the data being present or not. Either way, first things first. Rework edit bar to consume custom connection widget. We would also have to figure out we need to add the reset here as well, the same way we just did, which is fine. Then we would just get rid of apply completely and give you a save button here like we have done here. And I guess the whole bottom bar could go away. I don't think I hate that idea. We could just give you instead of this, We just give you like a add new room sort of thing. And I would really rather use these boxes than these single lines, I think, too. Yeah, I think we're going to do it. I think it'll be a much better UI. First things first. Let's do some improvement here. We want to make sure that you want to delete the thing. So for both connections and the room tile, we need to do more stuff too. That's fine. We'll start with the connections. We need to do that in here as part of our on delete thing. Oh, and we also want to, I don't think I did yet. Yeah, we don't hide that. We should. You expand. I think that's probably fine to have both of them there for this one. Okay, so in edit bar in here, there's our on change, this is our delete. We can actually just borrow what we did for the room, which lives in button bar still. Apply, cancel, delete, dialog, etc., etc. And then we have on clicks for both. Let me run the dialog. So basically, oops, copy. Basically, we just put you in here. This is not room in this case, but connection, and then we put our actually, I don't think that matters because this needs to move up into in place of this. And this actually, we don't need that actually. Get rid of that completely. Let's test that real quick. Click U. We get prompted, canceling. It's still there. Canceling. It's still there. If we click OK, it goes away. Perfect. Let's also hang this off of templates bar where we set up the connection. Delete is here. Becomes that. getting annoyingly long. Hey, I know how you doing today. How was my day? You know, just trying to keep my head up. How's your day? Oops. That can stay up there. Okay, now all of that lives inside of there. We just need to this all below that, and then this is going to be not that, but we hang it off of or run it off of the frame. Now we try to delete you. Are you sure? Let's cancel. Still there. Let's make a new one just for fun. Deleting an empty one, cancel, works. That works. If we save it, it's good. If we click OK, it's gone. Excellent. I'm doing good today. I was given an online assessment. Nowadays, online assessment is harder than the interview. I mean, yeah, it can be. Does that mean you have progressed further in your application? Actually, hang on. Do I want to... Let's put you in the middle as well. Which just means I need a parent, I believe. Oh, I closed my terminal. Why did I do that? No, they're going to inform me within a few days. Maybe I'm misremembering what you said yesterday. I thought you had an interview and they didn't give you the assessment, but you got it today or recently since then? Or did they give it to you already and you're just still working on it? You had the online assessment today. Okay, right. And then yesterday when you came in, or was it the day before, you had just done an interview, right? Just gonna get rid of this to-do since I don't know what it means anymore. We'll find out later. I'm sure. You the same. Yeah, I guess you're popping in the same place. Okay, that's probably fine. Long as everything's same-ish, probably. Probably okay. Let's do a quick commit for that. Add confirmation for deleting connections and connection templates. Let's do no, I already got rejected from the Rakuten Japan new graduate position. Oh, okay, gotcha. After that, I talked to the manager who interviewed me and he referred me for an intern position at Rakuten India. Right, yes, okay. So does the assessment, is your assessment today for that new referral position? And does that come before the interview or how does that work? Today's test for that. Let's see what happens. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a good sign though, right? Like, yeah, yeah. They're obviously interested to a degree, right? And personally, I prefer, like, sure, it might be a little bit harder, but I prefer to be judged on my technical skills for a technical role, right? That's where I can shine above somebody who's more of a salesman, you know, for themselves than I am, because I'm not. I'm very bad at that. So, like, you know, don't celebrate yet, but it's positive. It's a positive occurrence. We need those. There's not enough of them. And if you don't make it, I mean, it'll kind of let you know it's experience in doing them, right? I don't like the technical assessments usually because they're usually kind of crap, but getting experience with them will make you more experienced at solving them. It'll be less nerves and it'll be less you'll be less in your own head, right? Over trying to measure up to it if you've done a number of them before. It would be more of a, okay, well, here we go again. Let's just do it. Let's get it done. I was thinking about this. Yes, I was thinking about where we move these to. We have connection tile. Which is mostly used for the map widget. So maybe that's... Well, no, we use it in an editor too. I think. Yeah, for this. Do we need to? What's your opinion on leak code type questions? Personally, I enjoy building things like backend or front-end applications or games using Game Engine. I don't like leak code at all. I don't think it's a good metric for what you know how to do. I think it promotes memorization. And there, a couple days ago, I read a Hacker News post, the replies to it. Somebody asked, like, what are you doing to prepare for interviews? And somebody said that their approach that they had had the most success with in the past was to leak code until they can't think anymore, forget everything they know about how to write software, and just practice leak code, right? Which really, like, matches my perception of leak code as a whole. It's so divorced from actually making things that I would, if I had to interview people, I would never ask them leak code questions at all. I don't think it's worth any time from a interviewer perspective. Like, as an applicant, yeah, you probably got to practice them. You'll probably get asked them, and it sucks. And I also don't recommend them if you're trying to learn a thing. Like, if you're trying to learn and get better, then build something. Don't grind leak code. Only grind leak code knowing that you're grinding leak code for the sake of employment. That's my opinion. Okay, so yeah, the stuff is getting a little messy. We don't need to use connection tile outside of the map editor package. So maybe we can claw back a little bit of organization if we connection tile goes internal. And room tile goes internal. Templates. Templates can probably stay there. Because this is really just stuff for interacting with templates. That's probably fine. I guess I could pull you out. Maybe it would be nicer. Not that. Directory. Template manager. Put you in there, maybe? And keep templates only for data. That's nice. And then connection form can go into internal. Room form can go into internal at this level. We don't need an internal for templates bar. And then at our top level, we basically just have the packages that represent a widget. Make sure. Uh-oh. The path is going to be wrong on that. Now, we would need to... Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's correct. Did I find another bug? Connections. That worked. But this doesn't. I don't think. That the DC falls out of sync because we have a thing in there. We'll fix it in a second here. Let's get this committed. Pretty sure that's not related to that refactor I just did. The reorganization. Oops. Let's do that. It's time for me to head to bed. Had a great time watching the stream. Talk to you tomorrow. Take care. Good night. Hey, have a great night. Good luck. Hopefully you hear good news by this time tomorrow. We'll catch you then. Okay, so in connection form, how is Cogent? Felt sluggish when I was checking their page out. It has sharp edges. My biggest complaint with it is the lack of documentation or incomplete documentation. So, I would say that it performs better locally than it does as a WASM app. And I don't know how much of that is like Cogent, how much of that is WASM, and how much of that is whatever they're using to transpile both, right? Let's see here. This is going to be in here. It's actually not going to be there. It's going to be in the on change for the DC. Be here. It's because of this. So if we don't do this check and we let you set it, I think that's all. We just need to remove that. I think everything else is handled correctly. Let's see if I'm correct. A new one, just some stuff, whatever, doesn't matter. Order of operations. Let's do this one. We'll set first correctly. This one we're going to do backwards. Oop, nope, that breaks. Because I don't have... I remember this now. I need to... Need to, yeah, I guess we probably just need to have it both places. Whichever where you come, if it was set to nil on the load, create it if it doesn't exist. Yeah, otherwise we could do it the other way around and keep you from changing it again if it was nil, but then we need to synchronize them when it gets created. And it would end up losing your... Like, it would reset it to 0, right? And we don't want to do that. That's... Like, doing it this way is kind of wonky, but it's easy to see how you might end up in that state and be rightfully confused. Yeah, there we go. Rightfully confused if for some reason it didn't behave. Like if it wiped out your DC number that you'd set. That would be frustrating. There we go. Okay. Easy enough to handle. Kind of a weird way to interact, but likely. Fix DC being spinner out of sync and behaving strangely. If you set a DC number before setting a skill. Ooh. I want to also double check though. If we do this and then I do that, it's going to save that, isn't it? And I don't want that. So let's delete you. Because that was part of the reason we were doing that. It's the on change. We need to be in the save button. Oh, right. There's no save button here. It's in the parent. So here we just say, and same guard. Should I just put these together? Maybe it makes sense just to do both in both cases. I guess that's pretty much effectively what we're doing, right? So if we just collapse it into one. This one we give a skill. This one we just set a thing. Clears it. Fantastic. We should only see spot in our... No, we still have... Why is that? Ah, because That's why I did it that way initially. You'd have to do validation at the parent level when we click save. So maybe I don't want to handle this. Let's keep those in there. Maybe we just say if the struct is nil, we don't let you change it? That would kind of sidestep the problem. Lack of feedback, though, to explain why you can't set it. I guess we could... What if instead of this, we were to... do this and then say, tie this to... if the data struct is nil, but if it's not, flip that, if it's not nil, is it not? It's not invisibility or not abilities. It's with set state. Oh, that sneeze stalled. Oh, that's the worst. So if it is nil, it is invisible. Okay, yeah. So then do a new. No, I've got it backwards. Right, because it's invisible, not visible. So there's that, and then we have a new one, we start putting in some stuff. But when we change it, we don't update. If I do that, then it would. So we need to do an on change here. After we do this, we do update on spinner. Visible there. Add our new one. Yes, good. That should both be present, and it is. Love that. Then we come in here, and let's see, athletics, we set you to none. That goes away. You go away completely. Fantastic. Yes, that'll do. If we then come back here, add athletics back, it starts at 0. Everything happy. If we save that, it's here. We allow 0 for now. It's fine. It doesn't really make sense, but it's valid. I guess we could make it basically like a skill gate where you just need to have it to see it, maybe. And that's why I'm not going to change it. Like, it could be valid. We'll know more when we start consuming things a little bit more than we are now. Do a commit here. Rethink around skill DC. Just make spinner visible if we have no ability set. Clearer for a user, easier for us. Okay, so that I have thoroughly derailed myself. Where was I? We need confirmation on the room. Let's close you for now. Room form. I'm gonna borrow our code from connection form here, more or less. No, I lied, because that's going to go in the consumer, because the consumer is the one that handles the on-click. It's different behaviors for what you want to do when it's deleted. So we need to go to the templates bar. We're going to borrow the code from the connections tab because we want the similar dialogue stuff here. The OK bar is the one that wraps the action currently. Rooms tab. Go down to our on click. That, like so. And then grab from here to there. Except for it's not a connection template, it's a room template now. Should have fixed that down here. I left. This should be connection. Room. This is delete room. There we go. That should take care of the confirmation over here in the template bar. Cancel, it's still there. Let's make sure we save it. Let's make sure it appears before I get too excited. Okay, there you are. Delete, cancel, still there as expected. Delete, okay, no longer there, fantastic. Let's do add confirmation dialog to template delete button. Okay, now I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom real quick, stand up, stretch out, because I've been really bad at doing that lately. And then we're going to try to pull the room template into the edit bar as well. I was much happier with that. So, be right back and we'll tackle it. The wind finally died down, so I got the window open now too. Get a little more airflow going. Kicks back up, I'll have to close it, but for now, it feels real nice. Little bit of a breeze every so often. Okay, so the edit bar. Oh, the other thing I wanted to look at is if I can get rid of this tracking the widget now too. So it gets used here. We set it. Just comment you out and see what happens. Squiggly lines wise. You, yes. You, yes. What else is currently referencing that? Ah, right. It's because we need to update data. Right. We do need that to stay because that's the reference to the connection button that we are selecting if we have one selected, as opposed to a tile button. So unfortunately, we do still need that. It's kind of important to be able to act on it for the sake of doing targeted updates on the data we've modified, right? So this, however, can go, since that all's been moved out. And then we can do selected tile, new tile data. That we still need. That's fine. Delete children. This would then become room form. New room form. Off the form parent. And then set struct update data. Here we would still, this is tile data versus tile template. I need to rename this as well while we're here. Tile data versus tile template. So we have the same deal here where probably don't actually need that within the room. If we make you data, the ID of the object just is only relevant to the saving and loading of it when it's a template. So the widget itself can operate on the data directly. And that'll clean up the API or the internal calls a little bit, which is always a win, right? Okay. Then that makes that happy, and we just need to go to templates bar and in the rooms tab here where we create you, give you a pointer to the data. And then probably don't need any of that. Edit bar form. I don't need that either, I don't think. Because room form over here so I can see it. It's set to grow on the X already. I think. Yes. And it's got its borders and its width, all that. And then select a tile. This is going to get a little tricky. But I won't need that anymore. How mad are you going to be if I take form out of you? Right there, obviously, yeah, that makes sense. Not very mad at all, it appears. Oh, sorry, Ash, I missed your message. This has been quite chill to half pay attention to while coding my own project and go to bed now. So good luck the rest of the day and see you next stream, presumably. That is the plan. Have yourself a wonderful night. You'll have to tell me what your project was next time. If you want. No wind. Don't be wind. Just be breeze. Stop it. Stop it. Get all that out of there. I'm still trying to make an unholy union between ECS and React, like web framework and Rust. Ah, right. Yes. Gotcha. Well, good luck with that. Have a great night and a great Monday. Not only that, it should be a rapidly updating one for a game. You know, I don't recommend writing your own game engines. Yeah, I've done it before. All right, I think our saving won't work yet, but I think it should load and give us a UI with the new form in place, or the same the same widget. Okay. Yes. Oh, we need to give you your refresh too. We'll do that in a minute. You're also growing to fill, but I don't actually think I hate that. I kind of like it. I don't think I want you to have a border over here. Hey, just found this stream in my YouTube recommendations. And if I could spell, things would work a little better. Go. The order zero should override. Yeah. Yeah. I like that more. Forgot to change that too. That's fine. Let's do saving and deleting stuff here. Move that out of button bar. Create and update though are going to be a little bit problematic. New lives on tile. Oh, we'll still have that. The update, it'll be a little bit tricky too, though, I think. Oh, we made a change, so we can tie into that and just keep our updated bool. That way we know whether or not we can skip saving or not. We still want that. It's just basically all going to come over here. Well, actually, no, we can't tie into that event. That's fine. It's probably okay. That's all well and good. Here, we could just do... on change. Not frame, it's form. We defer that still. This... Can you be nil? Updated isn't going to have much of a meaning anymore. We can still check it, that's fine. We still do that. This. We can still use that. That's all well and good. Did I drop? Looks like I had a little bit of an internet blip there. Sorry. Looks like Twitch fell over. YouTube's probably fine. Make sure we came back up. Looks like so. Okay, fantastic. All right, where was I? This, okay, yeah. Okay, so we can still nil check that. We have the update data in here still. Response topic is fine. No, it's not. We need to make sure. Oh wait, no, yeah, this makes an awaiter. Okay, that's fine. So we can just use all of that as is. And we want to make sure that we do, yeah, we still defer that. That's fine. Let's give that a go. Think everything's wired up. Oh, we need to set the message type in here, I bet. But I forgot. Nope, it must have been set somewhere. I'll have to find out where to be sure. But we do have test getting updated. Okay. Yeah, that's okay, yeah, we set the type here, right. That takes care of that. We need to also do the delete, which is going to be mostly button bar. Same stuff as button bar. On click. We'll borrow all of that. We don't need that. that. Delete tile, we go 8 and snack bar. Add the cancel for the close. We want to defer our refresh selection here. We want to do that on us clicking okay. Actually, we already had it in there. Okay, that's fine. The other thing we need to do... no, that's just for turning on and off the button bar. I think that's all. Let's run it and see. Oh my gosh, my camera has gone all blurry. Let's move you over here real quick, and then I'll fix that, hopefully. Stop that. Behave yourself. All right, there we go. So now I should be able to... to fix that, but I think I'm kind of okay with that, actually. So do use room form for the edit bar as well. Room form widget. Couple things to tidy up. Now, when we do the delete, we refresh the selection. We refresh the selection. Which isn't cleaning up the... It's because we append here, we don't, we would do this before. We just clear it and let it rebuild. That should take care of that, I think. I might have an issue though. That is going to break stuff. Because we want these to persist being open past something like this, which it would reload. That's why, that's probably where we introduced the bug too. So we made it do that. So this needs to be part of delete, is what it needs to do. Because that's where we know for sure that we are wiping that out, right? And we need to set the state appropriately. Not button bar. Set select tile. Refresh selection. Here. When we do, delete. Now, if we delete you here, yes, perfect. Exactly. What we want. Need to fix that up, but right, we don't even need these anymore. And that. Perfect. I feel real good about that. Let's go ahead and do a quick commit for this fix, though. Going to fix old connections visible in edit bar immediately after deleting a room. This should actually be old connections still visible. What do we got going on there? My internet blip again? It would suck if it did. Probably did. It was really good yesterday too. That's really, really annoying. Let's type that command correctly. There we go. Make sure everything came back again. Looks like we're back up. Sure, YouTube came back. YouTube's usually pretty good about hanging out, but seems okay. Might go try moving my dish a little bit again later. Okay, so that part done, squared away. Fix bug, feel good. The couple things we need to handle. Let's do the refresh button first for the room template or room form. We're gonna borrow from connection form to make sure we get the styling correct. Internet, when we do the form buttons, reset button, just inside info wrapper, we probably have an info wrapper here. We have buttons, we have info wrapper, yes. We can just do this. right after status text, which is exactly where we put it before. Except for this is not connection form, it's room form. We set that. We can take this update out of here though. Same as we did up here. We stored a button section, reference, and a frame. We already have frame. Form section, button ref section. Let's keep that pattern going. Right after right here. Do that. And then right after button section, W. And then this. Becomes an update call to that instead. And yeah, I think that's... Ooh, we need the updater. That's what we need. That's what I forgot. Which we just put in here like so over there. And we're going to do the same thing here. And we'll do rf dot unsaved changes equals false here as well. Okay, so then we have that, and we have the ability to roll that back. Same there. Big fan of that. That's not correct English. That's fine. This does get loaded as a single string, which is fine. Like, and it would continue to go. I'm just wondering if that line count number is worth having there in that case. We'll leave it for now. We'll have to watch it. To, like see how closely that input conforms to the output in the client once we've fixed. There's formatting issues over there to take care of later. To judge whether or not that's helpful at all. Because like if you want new lines in there in your output, that might be a really good, signifier to let you know, hey, that's going to come out like the same way it looks now, versus this is going to be allowed to wrap as needed, which I believe is what it will currently do. Because we use a text editor that's just set to read-only on the client right now. Let's do a quick commit for this, though. And we'll do the fields, the extra fields for the form side. We'll figure that out next, I think. Add the revert changes button to the room form widget as well. So, this. Let's do, first and foremost, if rf.datastruct.id isn't a nil UID, it's a string. Okay, yeah. That, but also we need that. So over here, that's still empty, but over here, yes. Let's take that out just to be... And did we have options for this text a little bit? Can we perhaps... I think it was text supporting. Yeah. It's in the delete pop-ups. Oh, we can get rid of that too. That's completely dead now. Core.text supporting. I want to do that to all of them. No, I don't like that. You could look for something like that, maybe. It's kind of gigantic. If it's a label, that would make sense. It is in fact a label. Okay. Try large. Maybe? It's okay. Let's set it for now. We can change it later if we decide we don't like it or like something else better. Let's just unify the labels over here if we're going to do that. Same style for them. And also, whoop, stop it, wind. In the DC world here as well. Which only has one, I think. Yeah, it's all right. Let's also, yeah, let's just do let's just do use text large like so. Location. Location we need to add to this room form, but only if it's present. What if we just did... We'll do it down here after verbose. We'll say if dot... We've got you split out. Oh, but 0, 0 is a valid coordinate. What do I initialize you as? It's also going to emit a 0, I think, if I do that. Where do you actually get used? What if we did... that. And commented you out temporarily here. This is going to get a little bit... because of the way the coordinates works right now. All right, thanks for following. I really appreciate that. Because of the way coordinates work right now, I think this would make a copy, or this would be a pointer to the existing one, and not... Well, I guess if it's not editable, it's probably fine. That might bite me later. We'll see. Just do that, and then I think edit bar... No. Edit bar doesn't care about that. Map might. Map probably does. Yeah. Update tile. But what if I just did... data dot location is in grid bounds. Oh, that's why I did that right. It made it nicer to consume. Anybody else unhappy? I think not. I think that makes it okay. And then in the room form, you can just check it and say, let's see, we'll do after if room form data struct location isn't nil, then I can do probably just a new text. We'll do a label first. If I could use my words. Set type. Label large, there you are. Set text to data struct dot location dot pretty. which is a helper that makes it nice string out of a coordinate. That, oops, that's not the button I want, or not the window I want, rather. That would give us the ability to, if there's a coordinate present, go ahead and just give a nice visual output, because it's not editable. Okay, kind of. Forgot that's what pretty output. Maybe I don't want pretty. I believe that coordinates also have a stringer. Try that. And I think that gives it more verbose, like XY output. That'll probably look better if it's just a text field. Yeah. Kind of. I could also just make my own. I don't need that. My own format, just with a format string for this specific use. And that would drop that extraneous point leader off of there. Just go with this for now. I think it'll be okay, I think. And if we come up with something a little better, we can just change it. And we'll get it for free. And this doesn't display it because it has none, which is perfect for a template. Okay, so. Now that that is done, we can actually just completely get rid of button bar. But let's do this first, just to keep things nice and organized. We will also display coordinates of the selected room if present, i.e. in edit bar. Like so. In edit bar now. When we create it in new edit bar, which can't seem to find. There it is right there, hiding from me. We don't need button bar at all. And that can go away too. Gives us, oops. Wrong window again. Gives us that. I think I like that. Scroll is still a little bit wonky, but I think that's a framework issue. Okay, so that. Let's just do a quick commit of that. And we need to, because I keep forgetting to do it, we need to, connection edit widget. We need to tie the visibility of this second delete button there. Right here, right there. This needs to be the inverse of the form. So if this connection collapsed, not icon. It's set state is what it is, I think. Set state, yeah. So we need to actually just set state to the inverse of collapsed. So if it is collapsed, it is not invisible. And if it is not collapsed, it is invisible. I think. It's one of those tricky ones to track. So, visible, invisible. Beautiful. I would like, I think, a little more tweaking of this. Like, this feels super squashed. Not a huge fan of that. But let's do this real quick. Toggle. Folding. Toggle. Folded delete button. Sure. Or connection on. Inverse of the form visibility. Or I could just make this way easier to read and say hide connection delete button hide inline. There you go. Inline connection delete button when form is expanded. Like so. This being squashed is driven by the parent, I think. Let's take a look. Frame 3, frame 1. This guy. And then you live way down at the bottom. We probably want to get that scooched up a little bit maybe. But this... Doesn't grow. Which would be... Connection added widget. Not you, but your parent. Just W. This. I think. Just wondering if this is going to break other things. We'll find out. Grow on the X. Actually, that's not correct. Because it does need to grow on the Y. But this, I believe, will not allow it to. I used to think it would default. X equals 1. That should fix that. No. Ooh, it might be... It might be this guy. Nope, that guy grows. This needs to grow as well. This doesn't really do anything anymore. Well, I guess it wraps the... It gives us a maker. This is the thing that should be column. No, I lied. Because this is in the for loop. This is tree add at. There we go. Now we just need to give you how many? That's going to be too much, too little. Or I guess the other thing I could do. If I just center it all. it would ignore me. Probably because I set it to grow. The other thing I noticed that we have is this starts to get a little bit wonky. I think that might be why I had it set not to grow, as a matter of fact. But we should allow it to grow to an extent, right? Could say, let's just do that for, that's gonna be way too small, I betcha. But at least it'll give us a benchmark, ballpark guess. Oh, that's actually not bad. It's close to what it was consuming before, like just by default. So let's give it, what's 1,000 look like? It was double that as a max. That's too much. What I think I actually want to do is enforce this on the form parent. If I did grow x1, that didn't work out well. Ah, it's because this does need to grow on the Y. Because it needs to fill up that section. It pulls that in though. That's annoying. But if I put this up here, yeah, that looks like crap too. Just leave that there. And then the... set that as well. There we go. Gives it a little bit more room to breathe. We probably want to fix this guy. Maybe this is fine. Maybe this one's okay as it is. Because there's a lot less stuff in here, right? It's just going to be a list of the same things as opposed to two different ones, and then expanders and collapsers, all that. I think that's fine for now. Until I come up with something else that looks better. If I do. We'll just call that good for now. But that's going to take us past the 4-hour mark. I stream for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week right now. So if you are hanging out here and would like to see more of this, show up tomorrow about 4 hours before now in your own time, whenever that is. I should be here. There's also a Discord. If you click my About pages, whichever platform you're viewing on, there's a link there for you if you'd like to join and hang out there. If not, hey, that's fine too. It's not everybody's jam. I'd love to see you again. So, you know, come swing by. If not, have a great week anyway, and we'll catch you some other time maybe.